Hi guys, Chris here, and you're watching Here We Are Running. Thanks for joining the live stream this afternoon. Wherever you are, whether it's afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are, thanks for joining. We are going to attempt another treadmill marathon live on Zwift as part of the Zwift Run Festival. For anyone that's watching, drop a comment, let me know if you can hear me, you can see me. Is the technology working for us? Because until about 5 minutes ago it wasn't. Okay, so I don't know how ropey this might be, but we'll see. We'll see, as we always do. Right, let's get to right, you can see that we are lined up at the moment on the start line. We've only got 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. So I can see that we've got Dan, we've got Z Squad, we've got Joe, we've got Mark G, we've got Kim, we've got Catherine. Thanks everybody for joining. Just somebody let me know that the audio and visuals are all going good at the moment. If they're not, I don't know what I do. Brilliant, Joe. Thank you for that. Everything is fine. That is what I like to hear. Let's hope it stays that way for the next, well, however long it takes us, eh? Right, I better start speeding up, I guess. Warm myself up. Haven't really had much of a warm up here, so 1 minute warm up here. Oh, and I need the fan. And hello Dave, thanks for joining. Catherine's asking what the plan is for today. I'd like to go a bit quicker than I did in the last marathon on the treadmill, if possible. We'll see. As you probably remember, that came in at just under 4 hours. My marathon PB is 4 hours and 56 minutes on the roads, obviously that one. But we came in, I can't quite remember, was it 4 hours and 58 minutes when we did it back in December? But we didn't do even splits for that. We did a big negative split. So we'll see how we go. We are fit at the moment. Haven't done a lot of running this week, so we'll see how we go though. And here we go. We are off. And you know what? There's quite a lot of people taking part today in this one. We'll see how many finish, because I remember from back in December, I think there only was like 4 or 5 finishers in the one I did in December. But certainly we got, well, 39 there. 39? Right. But yeah, 39 taking part or starting. And guys, obviously, don't necessarily expect you to view the whole 4 hours or however long it's going to be. But it'd be great if you pop in and out as you want to. If you want to stay for the 4 hours, then by all means do. Ask away in the chat, keep me occupied. That'll be brilliant. Now, so I'm going to ease into this. There's no need for me to put a pace on that is too uncomfortable to begin with. So just going to ease into it and see how it goes. Hi Benny, thanks for joining us. Hi Harry, thanks for joining us. Yes Harry, another treadmill marathon. It's not really a standard Sunday. Well, it's not Sunday anyway, it's Saturday today. What are you talking about? Hi AJ. But this has probably come at quite a good time in my ultramarathon training. If you've been watching the series, we've built up on our long runs to 37 kilometers as of last weekend. And this was always a down week planned for me, this one. And what I've decided to do is take it very easy during this week. But then, obviously knowing that we had this marathon coming up today on the treadmill. Yes, Joe, thanks a lot for watching that whole one. There's a few people I think that ended up watching the whole of it last time, and it did get a bit entertaining for you guys towards the end, and you really pushed me on at the end last time, so hoping for some further encouragement today. But you know, it's a marathon. You never know what happens in a marathon, do you? So I haven't done a live stream on Zwift for a while, and I thought I'd let myself plenty of time to get all the technology right before going live this afternoon. So from about 2 o'clock this afternoon I was preparing for this, both getting myself ready for the run but also getting the technology all set up. And of course you get one problem and then you fix that, and then you get another problem and you fix that, and it literally was 5 minutes before we started that I felt that I had everything working that needed to work. Really important thing was making sure that the chat was working, and I can see the chat right in front there, so anything you want to say, I should be able to see it. Kim is making dinner. What are you making? Mark G's asking me to go faster. All in good time, all in good time. I don't think I'll finish 18th. That's where I am now. Finished third last time. I don't think I'll finish third either, by the way, but we build into these runs. Kim's missed the Zwift live streams. Yeah, I will try and do more of them. I wanted to do this one. I think this is a sort of special one. I wanted it to be something worthwhile doing. And what with all the running I have been doing outside and inside, the long mileage weeks that we have been doing for the last couple of months, I'm really glad that I gave my legs a bit of a rest this week, because I don't think it would have been too advisable to sort of do this off the back of one of those high volume weeks that I had been doing. So this will be a lower volume week, but obviously this run itself is going to be the longest distance I've run since that last marathon in December. And just like that, the first kilometre's done. That seemed to take forever, that first kilometre. I hope the rest don't. So Kim's making rice and chicken with vegetables. Nice. So yeah, AJ's asking me about Runcline and getting the app working on my phone, because I have been having a few issues. It's not actually just with Runcline, it's with any app. My phone decided to just stop installing apps, and you would go, it's an Android phone, you would go and try and install it, and then it would just sit there saying pending. And when you Google that issue, there's a few different things come up. In fact, there's a number of different things it says worth trying, all of which I tried, and the only thing that worked so far without actually doing a factory reset on the phone. The only thing that's worked is to turn the Wi-Fi off, turn the Bluetooth off, and then install an app just over the mobile network, and that seems to work. So there we go, got it working for today. That was the key thing, and I've got a workaround until I brave actually doing a factory reset on my phone, which I think is inevitable. I'm going to have to, but I just didn't want to bother doing that right now. Oh, I've seen one thing that's wrong with the technology. My little logo isn't that showing. That's a shame. I wonder why that is. Never mind. So Joe has got a new 32-inch monitor and is watching it on the big new screen. That's good. Makes a big difference. I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone. I also watch it on the desktop PC when I'm doing other things. But for things I really want to watch, I stick onto the TV, the big screen. Only thing with that is I don't think you can press a like button on that or comment very easily, so you have to go back to the phone or desktop to start doing those things. But I do like watching YouTube on the big screen when it's something I really want to watch. And talking about pressing the like button, guys, if you are enjoying this, as always, hit the thumbs up, give the video a like. Hi David. David East has joined us. Right, I do feel I'm slipping down the field a little bit here. 20th. I don't want to put the speed up too much, but let's go to, right, 540 per kilometre is equivalent to a 4-hour marathon. I think I'm right in saying. So you can see the field has spread out already. So I think what I'll do now is I'll run the first 10k at least, sticking with this pace. And if we're feeling good, we'll do not quite what we did last time, because last time we started gradually increasing the pace, and then for the last 10 kilometers we went crazy just to get under 4 hours. I don't really want to do that this time. I want to take it a little bit more gradual, but I think we've probably started off a bit quicker than we did last time. last time was off the back of 0 marathon training, whereas, well, I haven't done any marathon specific training here, but I've been doing obviously ultra marathon training for the last 10 weeks, and certainly this should feel a good distance to do right now where I am in my training, particularly as I'm running it flat, and a lot of my training outdoors has been very undulating, hilly. So guys, any questions, you want to ask me anything, feel free to do so in the chat. As always, keeps me occupied whilst we're doing this run. Right, 40 kilometers to go. So I have had to work on making sure it's as cool as I can get it in here today. When I started preparing 2 hours ago, it was 20 degrees Celsius. By opening the door and keeping the door open right now, I've got it down to 15.6 degrees Celsius and 40% humidity, which is good. Oh, thanks Benny for the ride on. So AJ's asking, what shoes have I gone with today? I've gone with my trusted New Balance Fuel Cell Prisms, which is what I used for the treadmill marathon in December. So nice and comfortable. If you were watching last week's vlog, I mentioned that I had bought some new shoes and they were due to arrive on Wednesday. Well, they've still not arrived. So I won't reveal what they are yet. I'll wait until they come and then I'll show you. But a bit disappointing, they're still stuck in Europe somewhere. So some of the shoe brands, when you buy direct from them, they're based in Europe, they ship them across, and of course things don't come from the EU to the UK very quickly these days. I think it could take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. A bit of a pain. Yeah, Kim's saying it feels like spring's arrived. It does feel a bit like that, has been feeling a bit like that recently. To be honest, over here in England, it's been pretty rubbish week weather-wise, very wet, windy, and today though it's been really nice. We had a couple of showers earlier, sun's out now, and yeah, it's out, but it's going down. You can see the shadows out there. So that's obviously going to help me as we move into evening here. The temperature hopefully inside in here where I am now won't rise any further. Although, what with the fan, with the motor and the treadmill, with all the computers and stuff, and with me just running, it does create quite a bit of heat, but I can see that it's still at 15.6 at the moment. Hi Susie. Susie from I Run Things has joined us, and she's going to be doing a marathon tomorrow. So they got marathons, I think they got 4 of them taking place over the weekend on Zwift. One was this morning UK time. We got this one now, and then the same time again tomorrow, so 4 of them in total. So good luck with that, Susie. You're going to live stream your one, Susie? You know what, I never actually looked to see what course we were running this on. So if anyone that's familiar with Zwift recognises this course, knows which one it is, drop a comment in the chat. I'm hoping that it isn't too repetitive. If you remember back to the one we did in December, it used a 5k loop lots of times for the majority of the marathon, which did get very repetitive. So I think this is not Watopia. I think this is one of the guest worlds. Is it New York? I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the guest worlds that much, so if anyone knows, drop a comment. No, Joe, no Christmas trees on this course, I don't think. I also added a few more songs to the playlist. So, I don't know how many times the playlist went round the last time we did this. But, yeah, I've added a few more. So, I think it's about 55 minutes long now. So we won't have it too many times. I have it playing in my earphones, the Aftershocks. Hi, Alexandra. So Alexandra is asking, what nutrition will I be using today? I have my final... Whoa! If I don't knock the microphone. I have my final 2 gels. I need to buy some more of them pretty urgently. So I'll be using those. And I've got a water bottle over there out of shot, which I will take a few sips of every now and then. The water bottle has electrolyte in it. I had a pint of electrolyte this morning. So we're doing okay on that front, on hydration. Hydration is good leading into this. I went with some pasta yesterday afternoon and then had a normal sort of Friday evening meal, not too heavy. And then this morning, and well, normal breakfast this morning and a roll for lunch. So we should be okay. So we haven't had too much today. We had a bit of carbohydrate build up yesterday, and as I got the gels to take at various points, but only 2 of them. I was hoping for 3 actually, but I've run out. So heart rate, the thing about running on Zwift I really like is that when you're doing something like this, you can just monitor your heart rate so easily. I got a heart rate strap on, not wearing the watch, and yeah, you can just look it up in the corner there and you can see it for the last few splits as well. So you can see at this stage, at this pace, heart rate is nice and low. So Alexandra has got a place in the Boston Marathon, but not the Boston Marathon over in the States, the Boston Marathon in the UK. For anyone outside of the UK, we do have a Boston in the UK, and I believe it's quite a fast one. So Alexandra's got a place in that in May, and that's going to be Alexandra's first marathon. So best of luck with that. Hope your training is going well. How is your training going now? What have your long runs? What sort of distance have you got your long runs up to for that one? So other things I did to prepare for this today, as well as the technology, I adjusted my treadmill belt. The thing with my treadmill is that it can go out of alignment slightly over time when you've been running on it for a while. So the belt will start drifting one way or the other way. It's easy to adjust it. There's a little spanner thing, I guess you call it, and you can adjust it. So I did that earlier. Also put some lubrication, some I think it's silicon lubricant or something like that you put on for treadmills. So I've done that, hadn't done that for a while. You're supposed to do it every few months, I think. So I did that this morning. So we should be all good. So Alexandra did a half yesterday in the wind and rain, but absolutely loved it. running the Chippenham half marathon route. Okay. Yeah. So I guess that's, were you planning to do that and then it got cancelled? Like, yeah, I haven't seen any. Well, obviously we're still in lockdown at the moment, but hopefully in April and May we will be on the road to getting back to some sort of normality, and some of the races will happen. Hi Tony, so Tony James has joined us, and his first race this year is Southport Half Marathon in June. So Benny's saying it is New York, so I was right. I thought it was, but always good to have someone confirm it. Thanks for that, Benny. So yeah, Susie is going to be live streaming her marathon attempt tomorrow. So Susie, what are you aiming to do that? I know Susie is a goal to try and get Boston qualifying at some stage. So Susie, what are you aiming for in tomorrow's treadmill marathon? Do you have a time in mind? Are you trying to beat what you did it before? What's your goal? So look at that, if you're a heart rate follower, you can see that I've been chatting for a bit and the heart rate went up to 126 or 127. Look at now, it's back down to 121. It's strange how that happens sometimes. Oh, that's interesting. So the Chippenham half that Alexandra was going to do have been postponed to September 21, but then they've now postponed it all until next year. I wonder why they didn't go for September this year. I would have thought we should, well, we've got to hope that we're getting back to some sort of more normality by then, really. So I haven't decided what I'm going to do tomorrow. Probably rest up, but there's always a possibility that I might want to turn the weekend into a kind of double run weekend, having done this, having tired legs tomorrow, and just sort of building up some strength into them. Nothing crazy, but we might do that, we'll see. Yeah, Tony's saying September, October, full of events. It is going to be a bit congested. I know I've got at least 2 half marathons on in September, and then Manchester Marathon in October. I think that's all I've actually got booked, and I don't think I'm going to be booking anything else until we just see how things turn out. So Alexandra, you doing the Brighton Marathon as well? So you're doing the Boston UK Marathon in May, and then the Brighton one in September. Hi Stephen, how are you? Thanks for joining us. We are around getting towards 6k. Well, Alexandra, I'd say, use the Boston one as kind of, your first marathon. You'll learn a lot from that. And however it goes, and I hope it goes really well for you, but however it goes, you'll be much better placed when you step on the start line of the Brighton one. And whereas I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Boston UK Marathon is quite a fast, flat one, Brighton is not. Don't believe anyone that tells you it is. Go and watch my video from 2018 and that will give you an idea of the course. It is, the first half is quite undulating and the second half pretty flat, but then you've got a section of it where you're running away from the finish and you're running into an industrial zone, which is very quiet, no supporters, so it's mentally tough, the second half, I would say, or part of the second half. So bear that all in mind. But yeah, you'll see how I got on there. And I did the Brighton Marathon as my very first marathon back in 2018, and certainly learnt from that. I went off way too fast, as you'll see from that video, and it became tough, but it is still my fastest ever marathon. Hopefully though, I want to change that this year when we do Manchester. So Joe doesn't believe in Germany that they will get any running events going. Well look, Joe, we're not sure. We are just hopeful. We've got a kind of route map out of lockdown, which means if everything happens that it's supposed to, or that we're hoping will, it means that in the summer things like events like that should be able to take place again. But we all know over the last year these sort of things can change very quickly. But the vaccine rollout is going well over in the UK, and hopefully everyone's been vaccinated before the autumn that is intending to, and just hopefully nothing else happens that's going to prevent mass events, if they're run in a COVID safe way, from taking place. But we're just all keeping our fingers crossed, really. You've got to have some hope, haven't you? So Tony is doing the Manchester Marathon. I'll see you there, Tony. And then 7 days later, hoping to do the Amsterdam Marathon. I think a lot of people have got kind of back-to-back marathons planned now, the way things have turned out in the autumn. Yeah, Alexandra, I don't know what times and stuff you're thinking of for the marathon and what times you've been able to do half marathons and things like that. What I would say is set yourself no real time goal for that first one. And certainly for the first half of it, it may feel wonderful. You may feel wonderful on that start line. Nervous, but you'll feel, when you start running, you'll feel, that you'll get the buzz, you'll get it'll be your first one. It will just be, if there are crowds allowed to go or people allowed to support, then they'll be cheering on and everything. Just don't get carried away with it. Just control the speed, a bit like I'm doing now here, keeping my heart rate low at the moment, because I know later on in this run, if I try and speed up a bit, then that's going to start wearing me down. So yeah, just use it as a real learning experience. And yeah, watch my video, because that shows you how not to really tackle it. So hi Jack, asking me what park run I'm going to head for when they first come back. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest, but what I am going to do is try to get around different ones. I think we've all missed parkrun, those of us that do it, and I would like to get to see some new parkruns, but I suspect that when they come back we'll still be expected to stay pretty local and not travel too much, so I'll probably just do my local ones to begin with. $7K done in 40 minutes. Parkrun Alphabet Series. Yeah. I know people, do that, don't they? You have to go to other countries for some of those, though. I certainly can't do them all in the UK. I'll tell you one thing I want to do, because it's a bit easier than doing the alphabet, I think, where you have to... I don't think you can do 26, can you? I think there's some letters that aren't included in it, but... you certainly have to do quite a lot to do the alphabet. I'm nowhere near it at the moment. But one thing I do want to do, and I was thinking, I don't think there even is a kind of category for this, but the beach park runs. I think, again, if you know better, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there are 6 in the world that are purely run on the beach. There's some that run alongside a beach, or that might go onto a beach for a little bit of it. But I think there are just 6 beach park runs in the world, and some of them aren't too far afield to get to. So there you go, that's one that I think would be great to do. I've done one of them so far. Yeah, so Tony's offering a bit of advice here to Alexandra. Last 6 miles being the toughest test. They are, because you generally don't run too much above 20 miles when you're doing your training. So when you start to go above that in the actual event itself, that will be the first time you've probably done it and that your body's done it. So Joe was hoping to get over here from Germany to the UK. I know Joe used to come over to the UK quite a lot. Back in the day, I guess we could say. So what was your home park run, Joe? Your home UK park run? And Jack's saying Woolacombe park run is a bit of a killer. Yeah, I think that's got kind of a sand dune in it, hasn't it? Running on sand is difficult, especially very kind of dry, fine sand. I actually don't find it too bad when it's kind of a little bit wet and compacted sand, but when it's dry, it's like your foot just sinks into it. And yeah, Alexandra, definitely an advantage doing that first marathon on the flat. I think, yeah, it's one less thing to have to worry about, isn't it? You also don't have to worry too much about it in your training. I don't know where you live or how undulating the routes that you run on are, but I know around where I live, if you watch many of the videos, it's very hard to actually run on the flat. So a lot of my training is on undulating routes. But that all actually helps. But I'm certainly glad when I do a flat race, don't have to think about picking up the pace in certain places and slowing down in other places. So Jack's saying Woolacombe is known as the Dune of Doom. Ooh. And Joe's home UK parkrun is Bedfont Lakes in a country park. Very nice. So Susie, the Boston UK Marathon, not to be confused with the Boston Marathon over your side of the pond, is one in a place called Boston. We do have a place called Boston in the UK, and they do put on a marathon. I might be wrong, but I think historically they run it on the same weekend that the well-known Boston Marathon takes place. But the one good thing about it, as we've been saying, is it is a flat route, so it does attract people. It's not a big one over here or anything, but it does attract people, just I guess from the name and also from the fact that it is a flat route. And Alexander is going to be running his first marathon at Boston, UK. So just doing a temperature check. It's 15.5 degrees Celsius and 41% humidity. Not too bad at all.
So why is it so hard to let you go?
So Tony's saying that at Blackpool Parkrun, they have a gravel hill. Ooh, that sounds a bit challenging, should we say? Joe saying I'm looking good so far. That's good to hear. Thank you, Joe. Feeling good as well. Feeling good. So no concerns at this stage, but that's as kind of expected. But really, I think at this pace I should be feeling comfortable. Heart rate is, you can see it's gone up, it's edged up a little bit there. It's gone into the zone 2 based on the ZWIFT zones. Just as I say that, it dropped down again. But you can see the last couple of splits have been in zone 2. The ZWIFT zones are not quite the same as the Garmin zones. Don't ask me why. I put the same max heart rate in both of the both in Zwift and on my Garmin, so they don't quite have the same gaps between the zones. Susie's also reckons I'm looking good at the moment and super steady. That's the way we want it. So at the moment, most of this run for this first 9k has all been on this Sky Road, hasn't it? Through New York. So Susie's commenting on my heart rate being pretty low, I guess was what you're suggesting from that, at this pace. Yeah. I mean, that's just, I have got my heart rate lower, or lower relative to the pace I'm running. Definitely the training I've been doing and basing a lot of the training on easy pace. So this really is kind of an easy pace for me. But doing a marathon, I want to do that at this stage of the marathon. I don't want to go out too quick because I don't think I'd hold it. But as I say, we probably will see over time that heart rate does increase, and particularly if I increase the pace as we get over the halfway line and as we work towards the end. We will try negative split again like we did before if things are going good. So Susie's enjoying this course, likes running on the New York course in Zwift. I don't think I've run on it too often actually. I've run on it before. I certainly haven't run on it where majority of it or this much of it's been on the Sky Road. I do wonder whether they are sending us around in loops on the Sky Road or what they're doing really. We'll find out. So when you guys that watched me do my first treadmill marathon back in December, I think I was on level 15 in Zwift at that time, and I think I actually leveled up towards the end of the marathon. So you can see at the moment, or between December and now, I've gone up another few levels. I'm on level 18, and this run itself will put the points on, help me get a little bit towards level 19. There are 21 levels in total on Zwift running. I think there's more on the riding, but on the running there's only 21. So at some point during this year, hopefully by the summer, I'll have got up to the maximum level. Susie's asking, are we attempting it in under 4 hours? Yeah, we got to really. We did it in under 4 hours in December, just off the back of a very quick final 10k, which completely exhausted me. So we're trying to beat that time. I think that was 3 hours 58 minutes, something like that. So we will try and beat that time. As with any marathon, I can say that now, where it's a long way to go, and we shall see. There's no point, as I am now training for something, I'm not going to risk injury or just exhaustion. I don't want to put next week's training out of kilter at all from doing this, hence why I've set off not at a slow pace. I think we definitely went slower at this stage of the December marathon, but I don't want to overdo this either, this run today. So we are going to try and beat the time we got in December. PB for a marathon outdoors, as I say, is 3 hours 56 minutes. Never know, we might get near that. We shall find out. So Susie's on to level 15 now. So you've shot up those levels, Susie, because you joined it quite a bit later than me. And we're over 10k. First 10k done. 57 and a bit minutes. So we just increased the speed very slightly for the second 10 kilometers. So guys, let me know if you've already done a run today. If you have, what distance was it? If you haven't, are you planning a run later on today? Or are you doing a long run tomorrow? Oh, the determined runner has joined us. Hi, thanks for joining. Also saying I'm looking good, that's brilliant. So yeah, whoever's done a run today, drop a comment in the chat, let us know what you've done and how was it. Just off the turbo trainer, okay. We're using that on Zwift, were you? So Dave has done 4 miles recovery run today and is going to do 12 mile progression run tomorrow, and that's all part of training for a half marathon. Which half marathon are you training for, Dave? Okay, determined runner wasn't using Zwift. Yeah, you should definitely check it out. although for cyclists you do have to pay, running is completely free at the moment, and from what I understand there's no current plans for them to charge for running. And we've got Dave Cowdrey is saying, yes, I remember that. Dave was at, I think we met and we passed each other at various points at the Surrey Half Marathon, which was my last road race, which was about a year ago right now. And I was pacing, what was I pacing? The 2-hour group, I think, at that. And Dave did 5k today and a half marathon distance base run tomorrow. Good stuff. Alexandra only doing an easy pace recovery run today after yesterday's half. Very, very sensible. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Is it Vic? Apologies if that's wrong. You didn't know there was running on Zwift? Yeah, absolutely. It has been for a good few years now, but it is a lot newer than the cycling. And but no, it's a good community that run on Zwift, and it's growing ever more popular, particularly over the course of the last year. And lockdowns and people going out and buying treadmills and doing running indoors as well as where they can outdoors. It's been a big benefit to me and my training, as I'm training for an ultra marathon now. The only way I've been able to build up the volume that I've built up so far is by, on some occasions, doing double run days, or on occasions where the weather's really rubbish outdoors, I just get on the treadmill, take part in a Zwift event, and much more enjoyable than just running on a treadmill with nothing in front of you to look at other than the time, the clock on the treadmill counting down, or the distance counting up. I find that really boring. So yeah, Zwift makes it a lot more fun and interesting. So Dave's hoping to do the Milton Keynes half if he is able to travel there. Okay, Tony is off for a while. Thanks for joining us for up to now, Tony. Good luck with your Couch to 5k coaching. Oh, and 2 of your running group are doing the Goggins 4x4x48. Good luck to them. So is that, I'm trying to remember what that is that 4 miles every 4 hours for 48 hours? Or have I got that completely wrong? Okay, so the 7 runner is asking, how do I manage not to have the sound on the treadmill coming through when I'm doing this live stream? So it's all a bit technical, so I'll explain it. Firstly, this microphone is very handy. It's it's not a condenser, it's a dynamic range microphone. So it's very good for picking up voice and tends to pick up a lot less background noise than a condenser type microphone would. So this plugs into my laptop, and then on my laptop I have a Nvidia graphics card and the Nvidia broadcast software, which allows you to do several different things, but one of them is reduce background noise. So I have that turned on, so any background noise that is being picked up by the microphone is then getting removed to the best ability of that broadcast software, and then that microphone out of the broadcast software gets fed into my streaming software, which is OBS. And then in OBS I have some additional filters against the microphone. One of them does noise cancellation as well. So again, that might not even be necessary, but it's turned on in case it can help at all. But if you did nothing else, it would potentially give you some issues. So I have a filter that does a limiter, which means that if I get, because I'm obviously running, I'm going closer and further away from the microphone as I run, the volume can vary that the microphone's picking up, and it could start clipping if I was too close to it, or if I raise my voice too much. So I have a limiter on it, and the limiter will make sure, or try to make sure, that it doesn't clip. So you should still sound good. But I also have I increase the gain of the microphone. I find that without doing that, the vocal is very low. So I boost up, if you like, the vocal that's coming through. I limit it to stop it clipping, and then hopefully you get a reasonably good quality sound of me talking over the top of the music, which is just a playlist I created that rotates around every 50 minutes. And that's pretty much how I do it. So quite a long answer to that. It took quite a lot of effort to work out how to get reasonable sound quality, and anyone that's tried it will know that treadmills, fans, computers, all of the things that we have here in this setup to live stream, they all create a lot of noise. So you definitely, if you want to get it like this, you do have to invest a bit of time, effort and money to be able to do that. So Dave Cowdery is saying that he's got the London landmarks, half marathon, Oxford half, Reading half, Royal Parks half, Newbury, I don't know the Newbury, is Newbury a half as well? Brighton, is that a half or a full? Surrey half, and the Reigate half marathons booked. I'm guessing they might all be half marathons. That's a lot of half marathons. You are going to be very busy if they all happen, aren't you? I don't think you're going to be alone in that, though. Dave Napier is saying, yes, I was right about the Goggins 4x4x48. So it's 4 miles every 4 hours for 48 hours. So you have to go out, run 4 miles. You come back. This is quite difficult to do at the moment, isn't it? Because you're only allowed out once a day in England. So not sure how people over here would be doing that. But I've heard most of the people I've heard do this are in the States. So yeah, you go out, you do 4 miles, you come back, you wait until 4 hours is up, you go out again, do 4 miles, and you're doing that until you've reached 48 hours. So not a huge amount of time to get any rest in between, is there? Probably a little bit. We could do a little bit of napping in between some of them. But I say the nighttime ones will get a little bit tough. Tony also confirming there that I got it right. So Catherine saying, yeah, I did get a bit technical. She's saying I sound a bit like her husband when he talks about all his music recording stuff, all foreign to her. When people ask, I don't mind explaining. Determined Runner is thanking me for that explanation. Handy to know. Yeah, take a look. I mean, this microphone is definitely one that I've found really good. I had a much lower cost condenser microphone before, but it was really not good for what I'm using it for now. So my son now uses that for his gaming. Hey, Dan Runs is here. Hello, Dan. Thanks for joining. Am I winning? No, I'm not. Look, I'm in 20th place. What's going on? I'm middle of the pack. But we're quite happy with that. We are not pushing too much today. For anyone that doesn't know, Dan is also doing the North Downs Way 50 miler in May alongside me. So we're both following our training, each other's training very closely at the moment, and enjoying the experience, I think we'll say. So Dan, how is your weekend going so far? Have you been out? I haven't checked Strava. Have you been out for a run today already as part of your training? Oh, Joe is saying he can't run right now. Struggling with both knees. He knows he needs to strengthen his legs, but not very fun doing that. And asking, do you ever have problems with your knees, Chris? So I had a knee problem after my first marathon, so 2018. Training all went well for that. The marathon itself, I did it the hard way, as you'll know if you saw on that video, but I completed it. I didn't have any problems injury-wise during it, but then soon after I got a right knee issue, which put me out of action for, I can't remember now how long. I had physio on it to speed up the recovery. Let's say four to 6 weeks out of action after that one. Probably my first injury, I'd say, that put me out for that length of time. So yeah, I'm always very careful after that, and if I feel any knee type problems, you know what, I didn't probably do the sort of stretching that you should do before and after runs back then, so I put a lot of focus on that. You know, you have to go through some injuries, don't you, before you start learning what to do to try and prevent them. And so far, well, for a good while now, I haven't picked up any injuries, so it is all about listening to your body. And you're obviously doing that. You're not running at the moment. You know you need to spend a bit of time working on the strengthening your knees. And I did actually go to the gym a lot after that to work on my legs, lower body strengthening exercises. Don't tend to do that anymore ever since we went into the first lockdown, but yeah. So Susie is saying that her husband is a composer and has a ton of music equipment too. And Catherine's saying, yeah, middle of the pack, good place to be. I'm quite happy with middle of the pack at the moment. As I say, and as I did before, we're putting progression into this run. So we, those that have been watching from the start, we started at 6 minute per kilometre pace. We upped it to 5:50. We upped it to 5:40, and now we're just over 5.5 minute per kilometre pace at 13 kilometres. So we're going to stick with this for a good bit now, I think. Certainly until we get over halfway. Susie's not allowed to touch any of her husband's equipment. Yeah, to be honest, I don't let anyone touch any of my equipment either. Especially the kids, they're banned. Right, so talking about kids, one of my kids has come out and just shut the door now as it's started to get darker outside. It's also starting to rain out there, I think. So I just need to keep an eye now on the temperature, and what I'll actually do, it's just out of reach. I'm going to put the dehumidifier on now that the door's shut, and I'm going to try not to fall off the treadmill right now. Now, if any of you were watching the series that we did back in December when they had the Run Festival on, you'll know that I ran, I think it was the half marathon. Instead of having the dehumidifier on, it went onto the heater instead, and it was like a sauna in here during that. But it's definitely saying dehumidifier. Yeah, I think we're good there. So, Dan has done a 30k run today. Very good, Dan. He did a marathon last week on the trails. A lot of it on the North Downs Way. Actually, all of it on the North Downs Way, I think. So, yeah. He's been taking it a little bit easy this week. As I have. I've been, anyone that wasn't there at the start, I have had an easier week after about a month of increasing volume every week and increasing the long runs at the weekend. This week, well, this is actually my third run of the week. One on the treadmill midweek, one outdoors, nice and easy yesterday, and now this one. And as I mentioned before, I don't want to overdo it on the treadmill here now. I've got next week's training to think about. Yeah, Dan's saying he could have done a few slow 5Ks, but decided better to focus on the weekend. And I think you're absolutely right. A very similar approach that I've taken. I set out thinking that I would do some lower distance runs during the week, and then I just thought, well, my legs need to recover. I'll be much better off just letting them have very little running on them during this week and recover without losing fitness. And I think that set me up good for today, and then I just need to make sure that I maintain myself really before going into next week's training. Catherine's saying she's had no knee problems at all. Yeah, you always got to touch wood when you say things like that. I will touch wood and say, that's the only bit of wood in sight, I will say that I'm coming up for 2 years injury free. That will be in, is it June, I think. So Susie saying she had IT band issues after Philadelphia Marathon in 2018 also. And similar sort of length of time, 6 weeks. and then it went away. Yeah. Yes, so Determined Runner is asking about my microphone. It is a Rode. Is it Rode Podcast? I think that's what it's called, or Podcaster. So yeah, check that one out. Well, if you see a picture of it, it's a white one. There's only one type that's white, and it's a USB one, so it plugs directly into the laptop. So we are just approaching another group of runners. Now, I can see Stephen Cousins up ahead. So Stephen Cousins, Feel My Run. He is regular on Zwift. He live streams lots of his runs. I regularly watch them, sometimes take part in them. So it's a group of people running with him. So they are doing 5:40-ish pace at the moment, a kilometre. He actually ran 100 miles on the treadmill on Zwift last weekend. So anybody that thinks doing a marathon on a treadmill is crazy, people do much longer distances. So he did that in under 24 hours as well. There's several in the group with him, I think, that also stuck with him the whole time during that. So Joe's thinking about gym membership for that strengthening. It was certainly useful at the time, Joe, for me. Don't know what it's like in Germany, but all the gyms in the UK have been closed now since the beginning of the year and during parts of last year. And I was just freezing my membership. But you know what? I got sick of freezing my membership, because what you had to do is every month you had to log in and freeze your membership, because you could freeze it for a month and then it unfroze itself. And of course, if you're like me, you'll forget, won't you? So you're ending up paying for stuff that you can't use, won't use. So in the end, I just decided that I would give up the gym membership. So it's all cancelled now. And I don't think I've needed it, to be honest. I think if I do feel that I need to strengthen more, I will look for home options for doing that instead. But certainly for a lot of people, going to the gym and doing that stuff, and it worked for me back in 2018. Did you notice then that everybody else disappeared briefly? That is weird when that happens. Now that should only happen when you lose network, because the Zwift itself is running on my PC, which is why you saw me carry on running. But it's obviously getting information about everybody else that's running across the internet, and when they disappear, that's an indication of it's lost connectivity to the Zwift servers, whatever. But if it did do that, if I had a problem with my internet, you would have also lost connectivity to the stream, which you didn't, because I can see that, because it's still telling me excellent connection for the stream. So it's really weird why we find sometimes everyone else disappears. I blame it at the Zwift end rather than at my end. So the gyms are also closed in Germany, Joe is confirming. but they have special offers for the restart now. Okay, so they'll be coming back soon, hopefully. So we've passed the group that was running with Stephen, and now we've gone into 11th place. So temperature in the room is gradually increasing. If my daughter is watching this and listening, I could actually do with the door being reopened. It's quite nice with the door opened. So you can see there from the, so you can see I'm in 11th place out of 39. So it still looks, I think that means there's still 39 people running. Could be wrong. But you can see that the people ahead of me and the closest are 1 minute 40 seconds ahead. They are running quite a bit faster than I'm running at the moment, so they'll be increasing that gap. So yeah, we've just gone over 10 miles in an hour and a half, roughly. 26 kilometers left. Probably going to wait until around the halfway mark before we take the first gel. And that leaves me the second gel probably for the final 10k. Thanks, Tony. So Tony's off now for his run. Thanks for joining, and if you're around later, do pop in again. So, okay, so for a bit of fun, describe how you feel about your running at the moment using emojis. So use emojis in the chat, not too many, but use a few emojis in the chat to describe your running at the moment, just for a bit of fun. Happy face from Determined Runner. Right, door update. You can tell that my daughter is not watching the stream anymore because she has not come out and opened the door. So it's now 17 degrees Celsius in here and 60% humidity. So if she is listening now, even though she wasn't before when I mentioned it, I would like that door reopened, and I would like her to come back out and open it, save me getting off the treadmill and doing it, which will destroy my rhythm a little bit. Hi Daniel. Oh, Daniel's got a kind of, not sure what you call that one. What's the story behind that face then, Daniel? So Daniel's coming back from injury and very unfit at the moment. We've all been there. Yeah, just take it very slow, steady. As I mentioned, I've managed to stay injury free coming up for 2 years, but I know before that, every time I got injured, and it was generally, an injury per year that would set me out for 4 or 6 weeks maybe. Every time that happened, you come back and you feel so unfit. Some people say less so. Some people say, if you're fit when you get injured, then you don't lose all your fitness overnight. Certainly with me, I tended to lose the fitness a lot quicker than I regained it. But I think the key thing is build up slowly. Lots of base building before you think of anything else. Hi Ryan, so Ryan's saying well done, keep going. Oh yeah, I will do. We're not too far away from halfway, are we? I always like the second half. I like to get to the halfway feeling in reasonable shape, and then you know what you've got to do then in the second half. So Daniel's doing a combination of bike and walk run to get the cardio back up to where it was. Yeah. Well, good luck with all of that. Not fun, but certainly worth investing the time in it now and taking your time over it, and then coming back stronger once you are up to fitness. Joe's saying, shall I call my daughter? You know what? I know when I did this before, I had Runcline, the app that I used to connect to Zwift on. I had that running on one phone, and then I had my normal phone free available that I could use anything else on. So it was really easy to just sort of call up someone in the house and tell them to come out and do something or whatever. But since then, the phone that I was using just for the purposes of running Runcline, it died completely on me, the battery. It was never a good phone, which was why it was an old phone that I just had a broken screen, had been dropped in water several times. But as long as you had it plugged in, it would still run that app, and that's all I tended to use it for. But then one day it just completely gave up the ghost. It wouldn't charge at all. So I'm down to a single phone, which means it's running Runcline, and when you run Runcline on it, you can't run anything else. You can't use another app. I think the other apps can run in the background okay, but if I was to pick it up and then try and make a phone call on it now, that would be the end of this run basically. It would disconnect from the treadmill, and it would in order to get it reconnected, you have to reconnect to the treadmill to Runcline before you connect it to Zwift. So basically I think if I did that, that would be the end of the run on Zwift and my marathon would be over. So I think really I just leave that phone alone for the duration of the run, but it does mean I can't get the attention of anyone in the house. Okay, it's not getting any warmer, but the humidity is increasing slightly, and I can feel it. So you do feel, your body does feel the difference between 40% humidity, and well, it's 63% now. Soupy Runs has joined us. Hello. Keep up the good work. Just imagine you're running across Europe to collect your new shoes. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. My shoes that are stuck in Europe somewhere, with no indication really, other than it could be 2 to 3 weeks before they get delivered.
So why is it so hard to let you go?
So I'm going to say Gavin. I think it's Gavin, isn't it? Gavin is saying, what's the goal time, if any? And well done for keep going. Okay, so not a specific goal time. If you were watching any of the runs I did back in December, and particularly the marathon I did, first treadmill marathon back in December, we started slower than this, but we went a bit crazy in the last 10k and went for a sub 4-hour marathon, and we came in at 3 hours 58 minutes, I believe, back in December. So the aim kind of was to improve slightly on that. Now, so that's all. That's the only thing really, but to do so without wrecking my body, because I'm in the middle of this ultra marathon training. I don't want to spoil next week's training by overdoing it today. And I have got up in this training block, I have got up to the stage where I should be doing kind of marathon distances, not specifically on a treadmill, but did 37k last week for the long run. So doing 42k, 26.2 miles today, after a week of taking it pretty easy, is the right sort of thing where it's fallen in my training. But the running I've been doing for those long runs, I've not been trying to push myself too much, because that will affect the next week's running if I do that. So we're just going to see. We're keeping it at this pace now. We've progressed to the pace that we're running at the moment. We started slower. We upped the speed several times. We've been running at this pace. Well, can't remember when we increased it last, but probably going to run at this pace for at least 10k, and then when we get over the halfway mark, which isn't too far away now, we'll see what we feel like. I'm going to say I'm still feeling comfortable. My feet are aching a little bit. That's not anything to really be too worried about. And I think that happened when I did the treadmill marathon the last time. They ache and then it kind of goes away. Get used to it. Ryan saying after halfway it's all downhill. Well, it's not really downhill or uphill on my treadmill. it's just flat. But I know what you're saying. Hey, Ben's here. Hello, Ben. Ben's saying I'm looking strong, keep it going. So I must say, for anyone that hasn't got a YouTube channel, there are a few other running YouTubers on the chat watching this today. Susie from I Run Things was on earlier, and we got Ben there. Ben's got a YouTube channel. The Determined Runner's got a YouTube channel. We had Dan Runs, of course, got a YouTube channel. I'm sure there are probably some others further up in the chat as well. So go check out the other running YouTube channels when you get a chance. And see what they're doing on their channels. Hi John Eaton. Say nice one, and good few emojis there, thanks for those. And Gavin saying heart rate nice and low. Yeah, struggle will be past 30k, yep. Heart rate's where I want it to be at this stage, I guess, and for this pace. I mean, Zwift says this is zone 2. Garmin would be saying zone 3. Believe whichever one you'd like. But, you know, it's an okay heart rate for this pace. Catherine's asking what shoes I'm wearing. Wearing my New Balance Fuel Cell Prisms, which are still probably my most favourite shoe for doing some form of racing, including this type of run. Yeah, so if I'm running fast, I wear these, but also I wore them for the last treadmill marathon I did, and I wore them for the last outdoor marathon I did, which was the Virtual London Marathon. So they're a kind of shoe that for me are good for shorter, faster distances, and also up to marathon. I love the cushioning and the bounce you get from the fuel cell midsole in these. So I do hope that New Balance will bring out a new version of this year. But I've still got plenty of distance left in these ones, I think. So Ben is saying, I haven't quite got this, so you might have to explain it again, or someone might. The green screen of the running lower body is out of time with the bobbing of your head. What's that mean then? Do you mean that green bar that's going across the bottom of the screen? Or the Zwift screen? Hey, Determined Runner has ordered the Zwift foot pod. Yeah, give it a go. What I will say about the Zwift foot pod is it's not the most accurate way to do it. You'll probably find you need to calibrate it with your treadmill, and it will probably be fine if you run at the speed you calibrate it at. But if you find that you vary from that speed a lot, then you'll find that it gets less accurate. So I started off with a Zwift foot pod. It's a nice cheap device to get going on Zwift to see whether you get on with it. But I then changed over to the Runcline app on my phone. Now, not all treadmills will work with that. It needs to be a Bluetooth treadmill, and it needs to have been coded by the developer to support your particular treadmill. But if it is, then it means that the speed that I set the treadmill to is exactly the speed that is being communicated into Zwift. Oh, I get it now, Ben. Sorry. I'm coming up to half a marathon. Head's not with it. So you mean I'm not really running. This is just me superimposing my body running against a green screen and then streaming it. So for anybody that has joined more recently to the stream, a couple of things. Firstly, appreciate if you hit the like button if you haven't already. And secondly, how's your running going at the moment? Have you been out for a run today already? Do you plan to go out for one later? Are you saving yourself for a long run tomorrow? Let us all know. It's always nice to know and have a little chat about how other people's running's going. Certainly takes my mind off what I'm doing here. That's fine, Ben. I like a little bit of banter, as again, it's all good stuff on here. I just get marathon mush in my head when I'm doing this sort of distance. So I don't necessarily understand things if they're a little bit subtle. So Martin, determined runner, he better go before I have to get a divorce. Bye and keep it up, Chris. Thanks Martin. Thanks for joining us for a good bit there. And if you're free later on, then you might want to come back for the ending. But we got over 20 people watching at the moment, which is great stuff, guys. Ben's suggesting a Zwift chaser race with Martin and Susie and I guess anyone else that's on Zwift and can live stream it. That would be technically quite difficult to arrange, I think, Ben, because we'd all have to position ourselves somewhere. I'm not sure how we'd do it. They actually did have chaser races on Zwift last year, and there were certain people nominated as the chasers. Everyone else set off and you got a head start of, I can't remember how far it was a 5k run, I think, and the chasers set off later and had to try and pass everyone. I know the ones I did, I got passed out quite easily. They certainly had some fast chasers involved. Oh, so Catherine's tried out New Balance once, didn't get on with them. Wonder when that was, Catherine. Certainly, I've only had this pair of New Balance, so I can't comment across the whole range, but I know they do several different types of midsole. This is the fuel cell. They've also got, I think, what they call a fresh foam. But yeah, I certainly got on well with the fuel cell, and I know other people like that as well. And this shoe's a very light shoe, hence again why I'm kind of wearing it now. It's giving me the cushioning, it's giving me the bounce, but it's not a heavy shoe. I definitely don't like wearing a heavy shoe on a treadmill. Catherine saying, we can't see your legs, so you're not running, you're just bobbing up and down on the spot. Yeah, but if I wasn't running, so I'd have to be bobbing up and down on the spot without the treadmill. I guess you can't see the treadmill either, can you? So the treadmill could be on the other side of the room, just turned on, and I could just be jogging on the spot for 4 hours. I think jogging on the spot for 4 hours in front of a camera is probably harder than actually what I am doing. So Soupy Runs is going to be back later. Thanks again for joining, and yeah, see you later on. Don't come back too late, might all be over. And he's got the and he's loving the New Balance 860 V11s. So I nearly got them actually. I nearly got them when they came out last year, but I went with the fuel cell prisms instead. And at that time I wasn't looking for another shoe, so I sort of passed on them. But yeah, I may well try the next version of them out if they come out in the summer sort of time frame. Right, and just like that, without me even noticing, we are over halfway in just under 2 hours. So I better take a gel, I think, now, and some fluid. So we're gone with the apple at the moment. Now, it's 19 degrees in here now, and clearly nobody's watching from within inside the house, and they're not going to come out and open the door again. So I think I'm going to very, very quickly pop off here, open the door, come back. I'm not going to turn the treadmill off during that time, so you will still see me carrying on here, but it's literally going to be for a couple of seconds. There we go. Maybe I've got rollerblades on. Well, you just saw me then. You see, I've disproved your theory because I've just hopped off, opened the door, and I've come back in, and already I can feel the cool air coming through the door. So Catherine says she was thinking of doing a marathon tomorrow on Zwift, but thinks she'll run in the real world instead. So Catherine lives over in Spain, by the way. So Catherine, what's the weather like over there at the moment? Ryan saying I need to do 30 burpees at the end for jumping off. You see, I was still running. I'm just running over to the other side of the room to open the door and then running back again. So I didn't really stop. So that's typical, isn't it? Struggling to get the gel coming out of the thing, and then it spurts out all over my hand. Then I have a nice sticky hand for the rest of this run. Okay, so Catherine's saying her New Balance were comfy but wore out quite quickly. Yeah, you see, you get a shoe, you try a new shoe, you try it, or a brand that you haven't tried before, you don't get on well with it, and it's going to then take a lot for you to go back, isn't it? I've had that experience with 2 brands now. Hoka last year, the Hoka Arahi 4 gave me blisters. Gave lots of people blisters because the video I did on that, lots of people commented getting the same problem. So I wouldn't go back to Hoka in a hurry. Or let me correct that. I was thinking about getting the Arahi 5 to see if I had the same problem, but buying it direct from Hoka, who I think do a 30 or a 60-day trial period, so you can run in them, wear them as much as you like. And if you want to return them, you can, you get your money back. So I was thinking of doing that potentially with Hoka. But then my most recent shoe that I bought, again trying a brand that I hadn't tried before, was the Saucony Guide 14. And I knew from the first run, which I did on this treadmill, I knew straight away that I wasn't going to get on with that shoe. So I sent them back. But both of those brands, yeah, it would be, I'd need quite a bit of convincing before I'd go back to them. Whereas brands that I get on really well with, Asics and Brooks, those are the ones that I get on really well with. New Balance, obviously only one pair of shoe ever from New Balance, but really, really love this pair, the Fuel Cell Prisms, for the faster stuff. And my on-running shoes, which I found, I don't wear them now hardly ever, or I don't wear them at all outdoors. I used to, but I don't anymore. Instead, I use them on the treadmill. And as I was mentioning, I like a lighter shoe with less cushioning on the treadmill. You don't need so much cushioning on the treadmill because you are getting some suspension from the treadmill itself. So I just like a bit of a lighter weight shoe on when I'm doing this. And I do tend to have different shoes for running inside on the treadmill than I do from running outside, because particularly over the winter months, my outdoor shoes never, even if you clean them, you're never going to get everything off of them. And then you run on the treadmill on them and you start getting a mucky treadmill, getting a mucky floor around the treadmill. Yeah, so Catherine's saying, woohoo, half marathon, yep. We are nicely over the halfway mark now, and less than 20k to go. Catherine's saying, is she the only one chatting now? Well, I'm chatting. And the way you keep me chatting is by putting stuff into the chat that I can comment on, respond to. Otherwise, I very quickly run out of things to say. But Stephen Smith's still here. Some people like to just watch it, have it on in the background, listening to it whilst they're doing other things. Absolutely fine. Some people like to be chatting away in the chat. And Catherine's saying that she's got sun here. Catherine, I'm wondering whether your stream's slightly behind. Because just when you said woohoo half marathon, I was quite a bit over then. And just answering that question about the weather there, I did ask you that a little while ago. So I'm wondering whether or not you're not quite up to date on the stream. Maybe just want to look at that. I could be completely wrong. Anyway, Daniel is saying that he is a big fan of ASICS and just invested in the Keanu 27. So another runner that, like me, needs a stability shoe. And I've always been a big fan of the Keanu. However, the 27, it'd be interesting, Daniel, to see how you get on with that. For a shoe, for a comfort, for stability, absolutely fine. But for outsole wear in the forefoot area, I have midfoot to forefoot, no, midfoot really, in the midfoot area, very quickly found the rubber wearing down in that area. Not so bad anywhere else, so not really, because it's even, it's not really affecting the performance of the shoe, and I'm not worried that I'm going to suddenly be running badly with the shoe. But I was just surprised because I've had plenty of pairs of Keanos and never had that issue before. So I just think that whilst they always call it the ASICS high abrasion rubber, they did something to that rubber in that particular area of the shoe. So yeah, interesting to see how you get on with it. As I say, I'm still running in them. They're fine. They just feel like they're not as durable as the previous versions. So Catherine does have ASICS, but loves her Hokas. See, a lot of people do love Hokas. Just I had that one bad experience, and that's put me off. For Ryan, his top two brands are number 1 ASICS, number 2 New Balance. So we all have our favourites, and what shoe is right for one person isn't going to work for someone else. That's when I do shoe reviews. I just always try and give an honest opinion, and I'm always very clear. This is how I find the shoe. You know, that's how my feet and my running form and the types of run I'm doing in it, that's how I'm getting on with them. But you, the viewer, may well not like them at all. You may like them similarly to I do. You might prefer another brand that I really can't stand. Yeah, so Daniel's saying, wonder if that durability issue will be resolved in the Keanu 28. I hope so. I do hope so. Because that ASICS high abrasion rubber had a reputation for being, for outsole rubber, had probably, it was probably the reputation for being the most durable out of pretty much anything on the market. But you definitely can't say that. I don't think it is just the Keanu either. I think people have mentioned it for some of the other ASICS shoes that probably use the same formula of rubber, I guess. Catherine has the Hoka, Rincon, Clifton and Challenger, and also likes Brooks. She's got the Ghost and the Tempo, and also some new Sauconys. So yeah, I do want to find other brands that I actually get on with, and that is my mission. But at the moment, the only 2 brands I can say I really get on really well with are Asics and Brooks. With New Balance, I know I get on well with this particular pair of shoes, but I can't really go further than that at the moment. I would struggle really with Nike because they don't really believe in stability, in my opinion. So I did try the Nike Structure previously. I found it awful to wear. So fine for neutral runners. And obviously lots of people get on well with their shoes. But for me, no. Stay well clear of them. Never really tried Adidas. Right, 24 kilometres in just under 2 hours and 15 minutes. And from being mid-pack during the first 10 kilometres, we're now into 6th place. All on our own, not really catching anyone. In fact, as I said before, the people ahead of us are moving away from us. But obviously some of them that have been ahead of us have just dropped out. And you do tend to find that in these marathon events on Zwift. I don't know whether people just sort of set off and intend to not run the whole thing and just use it as a training run, a longer distance training run, and you know, they get over half marathon distance or whatever they want to get up to and they just drop out then. Or have they had technical issues? I don't know. Or they just run out of energy earlier on. Don't know, but it happened in the last one as well. Hence I ended up finishing 3rd in that one. But there wasn't many finishers. I think there'll be a lot more finishers today. All right. Yeah, so Catherine was behind on the stream and she's caught up now. I thought so. Wasn't too far behind, but probably a few minutes at least. Always worth checking that in a long live stream. You never know if your connection has dropped out briefly. I mean, again, touch wood, but the connection I've got at the moment has been reported as excellent during the entire live stream, so I don't think there'll be a problem with me streaming. But occasionally you might find, and I've had it when I've watched other people's streams, you just have small drops and it puts you behind, so you're not sort of really watching in real time then. But good to see you caught up with us again, Catherine. Ryan's saying Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, and again, my mushy head, I don't know what you're referring to on that one. Is that a question? Is that a question for me? Do I prefer Lord of the Rings or Star Wars? Because if that is the question, I would say I would prefer Star Wars. Gavin is saying Hoka Rincon is his current shoe, loving it. I'm probably going to get the Hoka Rocket X next for marathon. Although, yeah, pretty expensive. Well, all of those carbon plated faster shoes are pretty expensive. I'll ask him if I had any experience of Nike. So I don't know if you wrote that before or after I actually mentioned it. So yeah, my only experience of Nikes is running on a treadmill in a sports shop with the only real sort of stability shoe that Nike do, which was called the Structure. This was several years ago. and not liking that way that felt at all. So I've stayed well clear of Nike. I mean, they do some that they say have a bit more support to them, but they're not really stability shoes in my opinion. So Catherine doesn't really like Nike either. Also has the Nike 4%, which she uses for speed. Finds them good for speed. Yeah, I think if I did buy a pair of Nike shoes, it would be a kind of a race day type of shoe. Catherine observing that the heart rate is going up, which is true, and you'll find that I've been talking quite a lot, haven't I, lately, and reading the comments and not really sort of relaxing too much. So, and the other thing I haven't done is reach for my water bottle, so let's do something about that. Hey, hi Nick. Nick's a local and asking, am I looking to do park run at Reigate Priory when it's safe to do so? Yeah, I certainly will. Missing the park runs. Hopefully they will come back towards the summer and we can get back out doing that. So Ryan's saying also not keen on Nike, but the Vaporfly is brilliant, but far too expensive. Yep. So what I'm going to say now I can say, because obviously we know that my family aren't watching this because they didn't come out and open the door for me. So I am considering whether to go for the Vaporfly Next Percent as a race shoe. But I know the second version of that's coming out soon, so we'll just see. You know, we'll just see on that one. Don't know yet. So we're in zone 3 for the heart rate, which is fine. I don't mind. You know, we've done 25k. Don't mind being in zone 3. Now at this pace. We're in 6th position still. Feet are still, yeah, they're still a little bit achy, I'd say. The soles of the feet. It's just a different type of running than I've been doing. You know, my long runs have all been on the trails recently, so there's been stops and starts, walking up hills, running when you're running on the flats and the downhills. Whereas this is kind of a constant run, at constant pace on a treadmill. Hello Enrico. Saying I'm looking sharp. Go, go, go. Yeah. So Ryan's going to be doing the Manchester Marathon and London. Oh, okay. You got into London, Ryan? Did you get in the ballot, or are you doing it for charity, or are you doing a deferred from last year? But yeah, he's keeping his Vaporflies for those marathons. Yeah, you want to keep them for those special races, really, don't you? Definitely a marathon race type shoe, that one. So you can see there also the number of calories that Zwift reckons that I'm burnt off so far. I'm going to have deserved my evening meal tonight, which what we tend to have on a Saturday evening is curry, so I've not heard any different, so hoping that that is on the menu for tonight. So Daniel's asking what the next road marathon I'm planning on doing is. It is the Manchester Marathon, so was due to do that last year, and that's now taking place in October. So I'm down for that one. That's the only marathon I've booked onto at the moment. Obviously got the ultra marathon, that's the focus for the first half of this year, and that's happening on the 22nd of May. So Enrico's asking about the treadmill I'm using and whether it's a smart treadmill. So it's called the JTX Fitness Sprint 5. I've had it for just under a year now. It is Bluetooth enabled, but it doesn't connect automatically to Zwift. So I run the Runcline app on my phone, and the treadmill is able to communicate with the phone over Bluetooth, and then Runcline running on the phone communicates the speed to Zwift. So it means that as I'm changing the speed on the treadmill, it automatically changes in Zwift. Similar to what would happen if you had one of the more expensive treadmills that are compatible directly with Zwift, if that makes sense. Those ones connect Bluetooth directly via your PC to Zwift, and then you've got nothing sitting in the middle, but unfortunately mine can't do that. It can do it with one of the other treadmill running apps that you can run. What's it called? Kino Map or something? It can support that, but it doesn't support Zwift for some reason, which is a shame. But at least with Runcline, it can sit in the middle, and it just gives me a better experience, really. So just under 10 miles to go. 16 kilometers. And we've been running for just under 2.5 hours. So around an hour and a half to go. Maybe a little bit less. We'll see. So Enrico said, cool, yeah, but a pretty technical setup. Yeah, it's not too difficult to set it up. The streaming is quite technical to get that all working alongside this. So Daniel is deferred his 2020 marathon for the second time, so now doing Edinburgh in 2022, and is hoping that the New Forest Marathon in September will go ahead. So there's been another dropout. We've gone up to 5th without overtaking anyone. This is similar to anyone that watched it in December. This is similar. We hardly overtook anyone in that, and we just kept moving up the ranking as people dropped out. So we are down to 13.8 degrees Celsius, not 47% humidity. It's so much nicer running in this. Yeah, it's 5 degrees lower having the door open and running in this than it was earlier on when the door was closed. So I'm really glad, for the sake of a few seconds, just popping off when I did and opening the door back up. And that's gonna, I mean, we're near the summer really, aren't we, at the moment? But it is going to get hot in here in the summer. Even with the aircon on. The aircon unit, it's great. You know, it can be used as a dehumidifier. It can put cold air in. It can put warm air in. It has a fan on it. All the things. But for the aircon part, it will only bring the temperature down to 18 degrees Celsius. So that's the coolest that the aircon will ever bring the temperature down. But just open the door, you know, you can get it 5 degrees lower than that. At this time of the year anyway. Not sure about summer. So I'm a bit of a lone runner here today. That also happened on the last marathon I did, to be honest. You can see up the road, 4.5 minutes up the road, I've got someone, and then a minute behind us, we've got people, but we're kind of in no man's land now. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for that encouragement. Always appreciate a bit of encouragement. I guess in a marathon, this is we're probably approaching the harder to deal with mentally, to deal with part. You know, between now and to about 5 kilometers to go. When I get to about 5 kilometers to go, part run to go. Yeah, when I get to that stage, you know, I know the end is in sight. But at the moment, what are we? 14 point something kilometers to go. Still feels quite a long way. I think we'll probably increase the speed when we get to 10 kilometers to go. Not by too much, just a little increase, just to keep it interesting, just to test it out a little bit. So when we have about 10 to go, we'll do that. We do that at 10 to go, or we do that at 30 kilometers done. Don't know, we'll make our mind up in a minute. Joe's saying, just 3 part runs to go. Very true. Less than 3 now. So obviously there, just got a little bit sloppy with my form and ended up kicking one foot against the shoe of the other foot, and the ankle, that kind of knobbly bit of the ankle, went into my calf. So that wasn't too clever, was it? I don't think it's any damage done there, but just a little sign to tell me to watch my form a little bit. It's that stage where you do start to feel some tiredness. And I think probably calves are feeling okay actually, but around the knee area and above the knee area, that's feeling a bit of fatigue, as again you'd expect at this sort of stage. There'll be plenty of stretching, rolling, massage gun later on today to make sure I recover as well as I can. And my other, I guess, drink of choice after doing one of these longer runs is to have a cola drink. I've got a crate of the Tesco cola, the red stuff, not the zero, not the diet, but the full sugar stuff, which I would never normally drink, but after this I find it's perfect. So Joe's remembering back to December where I did the first treadmill marathon and that I couldn't talk. I think that was probably a little bit, was that not a little bit past this stage though, Joe? I think it was just after 30k where we really did ramp up the speed in that one. And yes, you're right, I could not talk for the latter part of that. I had to really focus on it. I really needed a pit stop during that, holding it in for the whole final 10 kilometers, I think. So not only because I'm uncomfortable because of that, I was running very fast in order to get under 4 hours, and yeah, I just couldn't talk. Had to really focus hard on it. But the same thing might happen today, we don't know. But I've done a lot more. I'm at a completely different stage of training going into this than I was back in December. And it was pretty crazy to be doing a sub 4 hour marathon off the back of really no training for it back in December. And really only happened because a lot of you guys were watching and encouraging me and working out the maths of what I had to actually do. Right, 29k done. Kim saying still running strong. Yep. Still going for it. So Joe's saying not sure. Wasn't it from the start of the second half? Sorry, can't really remember. Have to rewatch. You don't have to rewatch. We certainly started increasing our pace after the halfway, but I think I was able to talk to you until we really ramped up the pace. I mean, we were doing well under 5 minutes per kilometre pace for that final 10 kilometres. And at that point, and I think at the end, final couple of kilometres, we had to go more because I wanted to be sure that I was going to, after all that effort, I was going to go under 4. So yeah, we did it good in terms of negative splitting, but that final 10 kilometres was really a bit too quick, I guess. I certainly wasn't feeling great that night afterwards. So I've got to be a bit cautious. I don't want to get into a state like I often do when I put a really hard effort in on a really long run. It's getting all your kind of blood sugar levels and everything back right. Hence why I drink the cola drink afterwards with all the sugar in there. But we'll see. I'm still undecided what I'm going to do. How I will probably pick up the pace a bit, but I'm not sure how much. I mean, we're on pace already for a a sub 4. As I mentioned, we'd like to go under the pace that we did, under the time that we did back in December, which was 3 hours 58 something. So my outdoor PB for a marathon being 3 hours 56. Of course, back in December I wasn't training for it, but I also wasn't bothered what happened after it. You know, I could afford to take a number of days off afterwards to recover. This time round I'm obviously in much better shape going into this, but I don't want to kill my legs because I do want to have a good week of training for my ultra during next week and the next weeks coming up. So got to calculate all that, take it all into calculation as we complete this marathon today. Right, 30k done in just under, well, let's call it 2 hours and 48 minutes. So if anybody wants to work it out, I think if I just kept this pace going, we would finish in around 3 hours 55. Maybe slightly over. 3 hours 55, 3 hours 56. If anyone wants to get a calculator out and try and do the maths, and let us know. Hey Daniel, thanks for working that out. Bang on 3 hours 55 minute pace. 3 hour 55 finish, I mean. Cool. So if we did do 3 hours 55, that would be the fastest I've run a marathon. I'd never treat that as a PB, not on a treadmill. You got to do it on the real world to count for your PBs, I think. But that would be the fastest I've done a marathon if we did it in 3 hours 55. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep running at this pace up until 10k to go, and then we will treat the final 10k as a bit of a progression. Susie's saying that I'm flying. Yeah, we're doing okay, Susie, we're doing okay. We reckon we're on for a 3:55 finish at this pace, but we are going to try and treat the final 10k as a bit of a progression towards the end and just see what time we finish with then. So it looks like Joe has actually watched back December Marathon to confirm that I stopped talking just at the end bit around the last 7 to 8k. So we haven't got that far yet, and the same thing may well happen again, you never know. We're doing okay at the moment. I went through a little bit of a tricky patch, nothing too concerning, but I'm feeling a little bit better about things now actually. Probably as I'm seeing that distance to go counter. Another advantage of running on Zwift, you get to see your distance you run and your distance to go all ahead of you. Yeah, thanks Susie. Yeah, certainly never done a marathon in 3:55 before, so we could be in new territory here, whatever happens. So there's always a lot of debate about this, whether a treadmill's easier than running in the real world, harder than running in the real world. Susie thinks it's harder. Something I have done, in fact, is I put a spirit level on my treadmill, and it isn't completely flat. I can't say by how much it's off, but there is a slight incline. It may only be very minimal, I don't know, but you can tell putting a spirit level on something whether it's completely flat or not. And there was a slight incline. I will try and work out how much just to see. Yeah, so Susie's right, it is grueling on a treadmill. You're just going over and over again, but it is completely, well, having just said my treadmill isn't completely flat, it's near to, so it's it is constant. You can keep a very constant pace, so you're not exerting energy by altering your pace unless you change the speed buttons. That's not a luxury you always get in the real world. Sometimes running on a treadmill is more difficult when it's warmer, like it was a little bit, and that's probably why I was feeling it a little bit about 5 to 10k ago. Since I reopened the door, I'm getting some fresh air in here. Temperature in the room is 12.4 degrees Celsius, 50% humidity, so that's not too bad at all. Right, 11 kilometers to go. We've got Geezer80 who is saying, how do you find using Zwift? Do you find it beneficial? Yeah, really do find it beneficial. It's really supported me in my ultramarathon training. It's removed the excuse when it's bad weather outside to just not run. I can always run and stay dry in here. But it's also allowed me to do double run days on my current training block, which has helped build up the volume. So I really think it's supported that training, and it's a very good social community, you know, at a time where we can't go out and do park runs together, we can't go out and do races together, but virtually we can interact with other runners. Having said that, in this run, for the majority of this run, I've been running completely on my own, with only you guys' support in the chat keeping me going. Because the people ahead of us now are 3 minutes 20, that's 4th place. Although that guy seems to have stopped, you can tell there from the speed. Although it's varying a bit, so I don't know what's going on there. Perhaps they just had a very brief stop. Seems to be getting going again now. But they're, yeah, 3rd place is 3 minutes 12 seconds ahead of me. And then we've got a group 1 minute 25 seconds behind who aren't catching. So at the moment, this is looking like where we're going to finish. And we're not running really with anyone else. But that's fine. Yeah, Kim's saying perfect temperature. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it makes a big difference. I can feel the difference it's making. Catherine's saying got things to do. Hopefully we'll be back to see you finish. Okay, Catherine. Yeah, thanks for following along. If you're around in however long it takes me to do 10k, rejoin us for the finish, that'd be great. And Susie's saying, yes, I am 4th. And I haven't really overtaken many people, Susie. It happened last time, people just drop out of marathons on Zwift. You probably found the same. So we started mid-pack. We did overtake the group behind us, who are kind of running at a constant 5 minute 40 pace. So we did overtake them, but we haven't overtaken anyone else ahead of us, but people have dropped out over time. Right, time for the second gel. Cherry flavour. Yeah, cherry does taste good actually, Kim. It's one of my favourites. I like the fruit salad flavour one as well. Just had to stop the TV from turning itself off automatically. That would not have been fun. Susie also likes cherry flavour. Yeah, Kim, SIS gels. I do. So SIS I started on when I first started running. I did switch to Unived for a while. I can't get hold of them at the moment though. So I did want to use them in my ultramarathon training. But these are my final 2 gels from my pack, so I need to get some more before next week's long run. So Joe's saying he's going to raise a glass to cheer you after the marathon, Chris. And that looks like a big glass. Bought some IPA today at Aldi. We have British Week there this week. That's good to know. Although I've got Guinness in at the moment because of course we're coming up to St Patrick's Day, so I've gone all Irish. Right, we're over the 3 hour mark, guys, and 32 kilometres done. So, as I said, we'll up it slightly. Daniel saying 10k to go, keep it going, Chris. Thank you, Daniel. Susie saying Guinness is the best beer. Although Susie, not strictly speaking a beer, it's a stout. So, but yeah, really nice. I like Guinness. Yeah, I got a little bit technical. Only jesting. Oh, Daniel likes it with a Jameson's Chaser. Ooh, don't think I've ever done that. Well, not for a long, long time anyway. Maybe in my youth. And of course, we're all drinking beer out of cans at the moment, aren't we? So I don't know if you saw last week's training vlog, but on my run to Dorking, where I picked up the North Downs Way Trail and ran back on it. So I ran along the pavements to Dorking, and you go past a number of pubs, stroke restaurants. I filmed them because it's just like nostalgic to think, you know, normally they'd have people in them, both working and dining out, drinking. Of course, they're all shut at the moment. Hey, Zeph's joined us. Hi, Zeph. How are you doing? I am currently 33 kilometres into a marathon. And this is probably going to be my fastest marathon I've ever done. So things are looking good. So yeah, as I said guys, coming up for 9 kilometers to go, we'll up the speed again a little bit. And we're just going to do a progressive 10k, which will be a negative split for this marathon. Nothing silly, still part of my training, and making it feel a little bit easier than the one I did in December, that's for sure. Thanks Zeph, really appreciate that, thank you. So this was the stage that Joe was telling me that when we did this back in December, I stopped talking because I had increased the pace significantly in order to come under 4 hours. I'm not going to have to do that this time. I'm certainly really capable of talking to you guys at the moment. To be honest, I'm just controlling myself at the moment. There's part of me that says, you know, I want to increase the speed. I want to finish strong, but there's the other part that's thinking in my brain, this is all part of my ultra marathon training ultimately. Next week's an important week of training. The end goal is May, not tonight. So whilst I will progress the speed, increasing it slowly in the final kilometers, nothing silly. So guys, if you see me increasing it too much, tell me I'm being silly. So we are still in 4th place. You can see now that there are people behind us that are in front of us, if that makes sense. So this is obviously a loop. I thought it was going to be. We've been on this Sky Road in this New York course for a while, and it's obviously taking us around a loop. So the people that we are approaching are actually behind us in the race. You can see that they're up to 24.2k. That's Tina Beard ahead of us, a regular on Zwift, a watcher of this channel. So I don't know how far ahead they are on the course, but they're obviously between us and the person in 3rd. That makes sense. Hey, Ben's back. So I think quite a few people that were with us have dropped off for a while. Maybe they'll be back to the end. But do appreciate everyone that's stayed with us the whole time, or even if you popped in and out. Really appreciate it. Whether you're watching and not commenting, or whether you're commenting, that's all good. So Ben he's multitasking. He's clever, that guy. He's editing his video as well as watching this. Nice. So Ben, when's the video you're editing going to be out? Let everyone know. Right, 8k to go. So we'll increase slightly again. So Daniel is doing the calculations today. That's good. Thanks very much for that, Daniel. He's suggesting 3 hours 53 minutes finishing time at the current pace. That's interesting. Hi Lisa. Lisa's joined us. Love your videos. Keep up the great work. Thanks a lot, Lisa. Seven and a half kilometers to go. So I've gone quiet only because I haven't got anything to say. So if you want to chat away. I'm happy to speak at the moment. I haven't gone quiet. Not like in December where we were seriously pushing things at this stage. I'm still feeling pretty comfortable. Heart rate has increased, of course, due to distance and due to the pace increases. But yeah, if you want to pop anything in the chat, I'm quite happy to speak at the moment. So Joe's saying I'm still looking strong. Awesome running, thank you, Joe. Hi James, thanks for joining. Wow, good on you, James says. Right, AJ is back from his tea. Says still looking good. Thank you, AJ. Benny saying well done, Chris. Amazing work. Thanks, Benny. Not far to go now. Not far. AJ who was having burritos for his dinner, but that was nice. "36 kilometers done, 3 hours 20 and a half minutes. Hi Julian. Julian says, what does number 18 with runner's symbol mean, please? Number 18. Oh, like level 18. So like any sort of virtual game, computer game, like Zwift is, you move up levels based on the number of points you accumulate, and you get points for the distances that you run in. So when you see, I'll wait until it does it again. There you go, plus 10 XP. That's just me getting another 10 points. And you can see that orange bar going from the, as I look at it, the left-hand side of the screen up towards the right-hand. When that gets all the way to the end, that's when I'll move up another level. There are 21 levels on Zwift running that you can get to. So a few more levels to go. And as you go up the levels, you have to run more to get to the next level. So probably, I reckon around the summer sometime, I might reach level 21. Or maybe later in the year, we'll see. I can see we've got a few people that have rejoined. Thanks for coming back to the stream, guys. Or if you're just coming and you weren't here earlier, then you're here for the last 6K at least. And things have been going well in this. A controlled run on my part, which is what I wanted it to be, as it comes in the middle of my ultramarathon training. It is going to turn out to be, providing we don't have a disaster in the final 6 kilometers, it is going to be the fastest marathon I've ever run. To be honest, I don't feel the need to increase the speed a lot more now. It's a controlled run, but I do feel my legs are tiring a little bit, so I'm not going to do anything silly. If this was an outdoor marathon in a proper race right now, I'd be very happy at what we've done today. And in that situation, I would certainly be putting the foot down for the final 5 kilometers. But as I say, I've got next week of training to be thinking of as well. AJ saying, yeah, that's a great confidence boost for me at this stage of the training. Yeah, absolutely, AJ. Joe is saying, can I please start the next marathon 1 hour earlier or run faster? It's 8:25 PM in Germany now, so time to watch some telly. What telly do they have in Germany that is better than this? Come on, Joe. Joe says, okay, you're right. Nothing beats this. Park front to go. Yeah, James, it will be a PB. I won't count it as a PB because it wasn't in a proper outdoor race, but in terms of the fastest marathon I've run, yes, it will be, unless something terrible happens now. And certainly quite a bit faster than the one I did in December on the treadmill. Kim saying, don't say that, Chris, you're still running strong. Thanks, Kim. I'm not feeling so strong now. Lisa's saying smashing it. Thank you, Lisa. Right, 4K to go and 21 minutes to go. Daniel saying all those kilometres on the North Downs Way are paying off. Absolutely. Hi, Robert. Robert saying fantastic running, Chris. Thanks, Robert. Less than 4K to go now. Bit more than 3K, Kim. Just gone past 4K to go. Yeah. James is saying, seeing this makes me happy. Thanks. That's great to hear. I always do this really, guys, for your enjoyment, to hold me accountable, to motivate me. So if in doing this it motivates or inspires you guys, that's a win-win in my book. Feet are starting to ache a little bit now. Joey's saying this will be a great finishing time. Keep up your fantastic pace, Chris. By the way, I'm normally watching Gordon Ramsay on a Saturday evening. Just want to say. Susie's saying almost there. Charlie is saying 3:53 is the predicted time. Keep going, Chris. Thanks, Charlie. Yeah, I think we said before, low 3:53s. Be very happy with that.
So why is it so hard to let you go?
.39 kilometres done, 2 miles to go. Benny's saying, how am I feeling? Look really comfortable. The legs are sore now. Keeping the form is becoming more difficult. So we just want to stick with this pace to the end now. No heroics. Just moved into third place. Joe's saying fantastic. I think I can walk to the fridge now. Ryan saying 3K and then curry time. Absolutely. 2K to go. Last mile. Thanks for everyone that's joined towards the end to watch the ending. Not far to go now. Final 100. We can see the finishing line. Right, there we go, guys. Whew. Right, I'm just going to go and stop it. I'll be back in a sec. Whoa! There we go. 3 minutes 52 and something. I didn't actually see what the something was, but we just popped under 3 minutes. 3 hours 53. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, AJ. Thanks, James. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Kim. And everybody who has joined for all of it, for some of it, just for the ending. Doesn't matter. You were here. You helped me. Also, if you're watching it on replay, or if you're in the chat now and you haven't hit that like button. Really appreciated. And we'll do this again sometime, eh? But for now, it's back to the ultramarathon training. Watch out for the next vlog in that, published on Monday morning. And guys, thank you again. Hope you've all been enjoying it. Good luck with your running. I'm going off now to, thanks Ryan, I'm going off now to enjoy a Tesco full sugar cola, followed by curry, followed by sitting down and watching some TV and relaxing. So, thanks again, guys. All the best. See you in the next video. Goodbye.